They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start. Regenerator zips out for the front. Dr. G and Alley forwardly placed, tries to get over from an outside post in second. Equinomus, My Royal Vow are third and fourth. Dreamery is three wide around that first turn and second last. And the gray She Said My Way sets up shop at the back of the pack and is only about 6 lengths off the lead. As they navigate the first turn, it's Regenerator who's on top. The lead's a length and a half. Dr. G and Alley improving a tiny bit on the outside in second. Equinomus backs off the pace in third. Length and a half to Dreamery and the Green Silks in fourth. To the outside of My Royal Vow, the 1-4 favorite in fifth. 3.5 lengths off the lead, and 2 more lengths to the gray She Said My Way, who trails the field. Equinomus makes a move up the backstretch from third up into the lead. Equinomus will have the lead with a half mile to go. Leads 2 lengths. Regenerator is now in chase mode second. My Royal Vow is up the inside in a joint third with Dr. G and Alley. Dreamery has about 6 lengths to make up, and 4 lengths to She Said My Way, who trails the field. 3 furlongs to go in the opener. Equinomus made that early move for the front end. Has the lead by 2 lengths. The chalk, My Royal Vow, is a clear-cut second. Dr. G and Alley's in third, but 8 lengths off the lead. Dreamery's up the inside. Regenerator has no more to offer. She Said My Way has trailed throughout as they reach the top of the stretch, and it's Equinomus who's homeward bound. He has the lead by a length and a half. My Royal Vow attempts to reel that one in on the outside in second. 1 furlong to go. Equinomus, My Royal Vow challenging on the outside. My Royal Vow alongside Equinomus. 16th to go. Equinomus digs in. My Royal Vow on the outside. Here's the winning line. It's a head bobber, but Equinomus got a good bob there with My Royal 7 cents. Second race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, as well as tradition. And they're off. Bloodhound broke well. HB Plaisance from an inside post, intent on making the front end, and HB Plaisance will win the race into the first turn. Stegosaurus on the far outside, advancing up into second. Bloodhound tugging a little bit at the jockey in third. 2 more lengths back to Giant Impact in fourth. Second last vintage in a space of about 5 lengths to Waiting for AI, who's at the back of the pack. As they angle on to the backstretch, HB Plaisance has the lead. Pressure from Stegosaurus outside in second. A margin of about 2 lengths to Giant Impact, who is up into third. Bloodhound loses a spot in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. A space of 3.5 lengths back to Last Vintage, who's about 8 lengths in front of Waiting for AI, who's at the back of the pack. Half mile to go. HB Plaisance has led every step of the way. Giant Impact continues that rally outside second. Bloodhound reclaims third. Stegosaurus drops back in fourth. Last Vintage will have to negotiate traffic and 6 lengths off the lead, and about 7 lengths back to Waiting for AI, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. HB Plaisance and Giant Impact, and these two spar for the lead. They're clear by 7. Bloodhound is under a heavy drive in third, as well as Last Vintage in fourth, and followed up by Waiting for AI in fifth as they turn into the stretch. HB Plaisance tries to turn away Giant Impact, and HB Plaisance has a lead by about a length over Giant Impact, who challenges outside second. A few more lengths back to Waiting for AI in third. 16th to go. HB Plaisance turns away Giant Impact. Waiting for AI with a late rally up the inside, but it's HB Plaisance today. Waiting for AI, I think, gets second over Giant. 50-cent try. $66.37. Dime Super, $33.55. And they're off. Saratoga Banker wins the break and jets out for the lead. Busting away, flashing early speed towards the inside in second. Don't Lose Cruise in third to the outside at Doc Advantage. And 2 more lengths to Hey Hey Harry, who's at the back of the pack and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. It's Saratoga Banker who's made the front end, has the lead by a half length over Doc Advantage, who's in between runners. Don't Lose Cruise, 3 wide third. Busting away off the pace today in fourth. 2.5 lengths off the lead and 3 lengths back to Hey Hey Harry, who trails the field. Saratoga Banker busting away, able to thread his way through traffic in between runners up into second. And as they turn into the stretch, Saratoga Banker has the lead, but busting away has clear running room if good enough. And then a few more lengths back to Doc Advantage and Hey Hey Harry. 1 furlong to go, and it's Bustin' Away, who overhauls Saratoga Banker in mid-stretch, and Bustin' Away scampers clear by a little over a length over Saratoga Banker. It's Bustin' Away who wins by a neck over Saratoga Banker. Hey $0.35, Dime Super $3.97. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Win Place Show, Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Late Pig 5. And they're off. It's Mamba Gigi who dashes out for the front end. Beauty's Bengal on the outside. Unicorn Cake up the rail in a joint second. Idle Gossip splitting those two in fourth, now up into third, a length off the lead. Lose Redemptions in second last to the inside of Ruby's Mission. Well compact, 3.5 from top to bottom as they make the entry into the turn. Mamba Gigi has the lead. Idle Gossip, Blue Cap, as it's Beauty's Bengal on the outside. Unicorn Cake in some tight quarters at the fence, but only a length and a half off the lead. It's Ruby's Mission who's in second last, and a length and a half to Lose Redemption who trails the field. Mamba Gigi, Unicorn Cake able to sneak on through towards the inside in second. Idle Gossip 3 wide in third, and then it's Beauty's Bangle as they turn into the stretch. Unicorn Cake gets the lead. Unicorn Cake on top by a length and a half over Mamba Gigi, who's all out in second. Idle Gossip is on the outside third. They run to the 16th pole. It's Unicorn Cake who opens up by 3. Idle Gossip up in the second, but Unicorn Cake your winner. Idle Gossip second, Mamba Gigi third, fourth, $9.15. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. No changes. Win Place Show. And they're off. A hop in the air at the start for Central Love, who's last. Mr. Einstein and 30 Oysters. These two peel out for the front end. Dates Freedom right behind the speed in third in a nice spot. About 3 lengths off the lead, then another couple of lengths to Brother Jeremiah's to the inside of What's My Category, and Central Love after that bad start's about 13 lengths off the lead. As they circle around the first turn, it's 30 Oysters who's made the front end, the lead's 2 lengths. Mr. Einstein rates in the second spot. Dates Freedom's in third and about 5.5 lengths off the lead, a space of 2. Brother Jeremiah mid-pack in fourth, and 3 further lengths to What's My Category, who's about 2.5 lengths in front of Central Love, who's at the back of the pack as they travel up the backstretch. 30 Oysters on top. The lead's a length and a half. Mr. Einstein gets closer in second, as well as Dates Freedom in third, 3 lengths off the lead with a half mile to go. Brother Jeremiah's 4 lengths off the pace and 2 lengths back to What's My Category, who's about 2.5 in front of Central Love, who trails. On to the far turn, 3 furlongs for the winning line. 30 Oysters, leads 3 parts of a length. Mr. Einstein contends on the outside second. Brother Jeremiah is up close now in third, a length and a half off the lead. Dates Freedom's under a drive and not responding at this point in time. What's My Category is in second last as they reach the top of the stretch. 30 Oysters drifting out very wide. Brother Jeremiah's on the grandstand side. Mr. Einstein, blue blinkers, battles on, as well as What's My Category is towards the fence in fourth. 16th to go. It's Brother Jeremiah striking the front. Brother Jeremiah from 30 Oysters and Mr. Einstein. It's Brother Jeremiah. Give Joel Cruz 3 on the card. 30 Oysters hold second. Daily Double, $20.80. Exacta, $28.20. 50-cent trifecta, $25.50. Dime superfecta on the gate. And they're off. A picture perfect start. Production Credit and Son of Darkness, these two barrel out for the front end. Busting Credit outside third, Ribbons and Medals fourth. Gonna Be Dancing advancing up the inside into the top 4. 6th place Smoking Alone, and 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead, and a length and a half back to Smooth Tails, who will have to pass them all at the tail of the field. Production Credit and Son of Darkness battle on the front end. Gonna Be Dancing tracks in third, and then in fourth, that is Busting Credit. Ribbons and Medals is urged in fifth and 6.5 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Smoking Alone, and Smooth Tails trails the field. The top 3 within a half length of each other as they arrive at the quarter pole. Production Credit whips them in. Gonna Be Dancing is on the outside as Son of Darkness drops back as it's Busting Credit launching a rally on the outside. Ribbons and Medals, red blinkers on the stand side. 1 furlong to go, and it's Busting Credit. Busting Credit alongside Production Credit, and it's Busting Credit able to overhaul Production Credit, and it's Busting Credit who will be visiting the winner's circle. Close for second. Smoking Alone comes out of nowhere to get into 90 to win. Double $25. Exacta 1-7. We're ready for a start. And they're off. Slight hop in the air at the start for Tacony Road, but a great start off the layout. Jack and Bernie, who rushes out to a 2-length lead in just a few strides. Disco Dino bridges the gap in second, and then it's Ladies Golden Guy off the pace today in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Pompous Prince is next. Tacony Road is towards the inside. A margin of about 4 lengths to the Institute is about 1.5 lengths in front of Champagne Surprise, who trails the field as they get ready to take on the turn. It's Jack and Bernie, the favorite, who has a lead by just about a length. Disco Dino's outside in second, and then it's Tacony Road, who races in third. Ladies Golden Guy in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Then 3 lengths back to the Institute, who kicks on through towards the inside of Pompous Prince, and 5 lengths to Champagne Surprise, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. It's Jack and Bernie, who's homeward bound, has a lead by 1.5 lengths too. Disco Dino's under left-handed pressure in second. Tacony Road up the inside. Ladies Golden Guy on the outside. Then it's the Institute, but with a 16th to go, Jack and Bernie is home free. Jack and Bernie will give jockey Joel Cruz's fourth on the card. Tacony Road gets second over Ladies Golden. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Good start, Rachmaninoff, who goes out for the lead. Baybank, though, will accompany that one early on in second. Then in third, Old Man Winter. Captain of My Heart emerges in fourth, 5.5 lengths off the lead, a gap of 3. Maddie's Express is to the outside of Gliding a Fleet, and another 3.5 lengths to Norgay, who's in the 7th and trailing position. Rachmaninoff on top by 3 parts of a length. Old Man Winter up into second. Baybank defers in third, and then it's Captain of My Heart towards the inside in fourth, a length to Gliding a Fleet, mid-pack in fifth. Further out is Maddie's Express, and Norgay will circle up on the outside. Norgay's out of last. Norgay's up into fourth, and 4 lengths off the lead. 2.5 furlongs to go. Rachmaninoff on top by a half length over Old Man Winter in second. Baybank and Norgay range up to the outside, third and fourth. Captain My Heart towards the inside, fifth as they turn into the stretch. Rachmaninoff shrugs off Old Man Winter with 1.5 furlongs to go. Rachmaninoff, though, is under some heavy pressure as Old Man Winter comes back for more. Maddie's Express making progress up the inside. Deep stretch. Old Man Winter overhauling Rachmaninoff. Old Man Winter wins the nightcap at Finger Lakes. Rachmaninoff second, close for third. Maddie's Express. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise as we play our national anthem? Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. On Monday afternoon, the Thoroughbred Horse Racing 8 races are scheduled. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the opener, scratch number 4, Swift Bank. Number 4, Swift Bank is a scratch. Number 3, Just a Guy, is a gelding. Second race. And by the way, no show, no try, no superfecta wagering in the opener with the scratch of the 4. Second race, there are no changes. Third race, scratch number 1, Private Desire. Number 1, Private Desire is a scratch from the third. With that scratch, no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Fourth race, jockey change on number 6, Sharp As, Emmanuel de Diego. Emmanuel de Diego on number 6, Sharp As, in race number 4. Race number 5, no changes. No changes in the 5th. Race number 6 got some scratches. Scratch number 2, Kings and Queens. Scratch number 4, Honor for Mandan. Scratch number 8, Smoking It Up. Kings and Queens, Honor for Mandan, Smoking It Up, 2, 4, and 8 out of race number 6. And then an overweight, number 7, Percy, the rider, a scant 1 pound over. 7th race, take out the rail. Number 1, Arcadian. Number 1, Arcadian is out. Number 3, Bolt to Run is 1 pound over. 8th and final, scratch part of an entry, the 1A Rev Parker. The 1A Rev Parker is a scratch from the 8th race. Late work for number 9, Armenian Dancer. Workout took place on June 11th, 4 furlongs. Fast surface, 50.40 breezing. Also note the 9 Armenian Dancer is a gelding. Don't forget, Finger Lakes Bonus Bets is offering incredible 8% rewards on your Finger Lakes wagers. Wager $2,500 per month on racing from Finger Lakes to receive that offer. If you get over $1,000, you get 6% rewards. New customers get $50 sign-up bonus once they wagered $100. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay. Got about 57 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. I think that was our maintenance guy, Tom Collins, setting records there for laps around the paddock. that lawnmower, that tractor was flying around there. Anyway, what a big week of racing we got. I got to look back on this past week. I mentioned that we had the HBPA annual banquet that is for the awards for 2024. So congratulations to all the winners. They had different categories for the horses that ran, top 5,000 claimer male, female, middle claimer, and then the big thing was horse of the year. And Sweet Brown Sugar edged out Runaway Joke to end up winning Horse of the Year. I think between the two of them, they won 4 of the 9 awards. It's just how they were listed. But Sweet Brown Sugar and Runaway Joke took down most of the awards in the banquet on Friday. Congratulations, of course, to all the winners. Like Scott Durgan got a win for Lindsay. Yeah, also, of course, officially inducted into the Finger Lakes Hall of Fame, and well-deserved, is our Clerk of Scales, Jack Keller. Congratulations to Jack. I think he's been here since the beginning, but has always been great. He's the staple here at Finger Lakes. Still here. We got the jockey room named after the legendary Jack Keller, and now he is in the Finger Lakes HBPA Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Jack Keller. Other congratulations. Looking back to last week of racing, man, Joel Cruz, what a start of the season that he's had. I mean, Joel's a good rider, but you know he hasn't been around the top of the rider standings over the last few years. But what a big start. He had 4 wins. You got to go back to Wednesday card, the last time we raced. 4 victories for Joel Cruz. Congratulations to him. Great rider, and he's been riding very well. And when you're getting that kind of confidence, when you're winning races, it shows. And congratulations to him on such a great start. He had a couple big performances from horses on Wednesday as well. We had an amazing feature race. Of course, it ended up a 1-horse race, the best horse on the grounds. Jack and Bernie was his return to the races, and he strutted his stuff, winning for fun in that race. And another good effort, Jeremiah Englehart's Unicorn Cake looked pretty good in victory, coming back off the layoff as well. So congratulations to those connections of those horses, especially Jack and Bernie. Man, what's next for Jack and Bernie? Maybe we'll see another race here, maybe a future in the stakes races here, maybe even see him run to Saratoga again. But what a performance by Jack and Bernie in the feature race last week. Okay, let's look at today's card. We did get a few scratches. It looks like some of the out-of-towners weren't allowed to run today. I don't know, and I had a few of them picked. Was it the Sacco? He had a few in today. All of them looked pretty tough. He had 3 horses in. They're all scratched, and we got Melanie Giddings' Swift Bank scratched out of the first race as well. Now, we do have a couple of shorter fields because of that, so no try, no super, no show. In the first, I recommend playing the pick 5s here at Finger Lakes because of these scratches. It's a good play. Maybe a chance to get a little bit of value. Looks like you got a couple singles on the card. I'm not so sure if this is one of them. Some of these shorter fields have resulted in decent payouts and beaten favorites, but you know, I like Western Wolf's last race in a sense that he was against the racetrack. And you got to kind of watch this track lately. Last week, after all the rain that we got, all week it was favoring front speed and inside. And the last couple of weeks it's been a little on the speedy side. So something to keep an eye on here. On Monday we had a little nicer weather over the weekend. Maybe it'll even out. We'll see. But Western Wolf, that day, the bias was on the inside. Rail runners were doing very well. Scales of Gold got the trip on the inside and was able to win the race in a little bit of an upset. Funny thing is, I think that's the best lifetime mark for Western Wolf against the racetrack. So you know he likes this racetrack. It's just a matter of he was in the wrong part of it last time. We got a short field here. It's a little concerning about the pace flow, but he does have that tactical speed that maybe he can hold the rail on 2:30 a.m., who obviously you don't want to let that horse get away on the front end. Tough to gauge how good 2:30 a.m. is because he struggled as a 2-year-old to get through the maiden condition, and first start as a 3-year-old. Man, the money showed, and he did win, but he also got alone on the lead that day. If Western Wolf's aggressive, that won't happen. So the other horse I used for second in a scenario where Western Wolf goes to the lead from the rail, maybe puts away 2:30 a.m. It would be Rockstar Rebel with a stalking trip to get second. Now, he didn't disappoint when he broke his maiden in his last start. I mean, the time wasn't anything special for the day, but 112 is good for maidens anyway. I mean, and he was coming from New York. It was his first race over the track, and he overcame a little bit of a slow break. Now, it was one of those races where it didn't look like there was a lot of speed in it, but he took care of business. It looked like he had to be a little aggressive in that race after the little bit of a slow break. But Rockstar Rebel certainly can improve off of that effort, and maybe could be the other one to use in here if you're using two. 4-horse field. I don't know if I would use two. Yeah, go 1-2, just to be on the safe side. Second race, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this race. A little more competitive of a race is the second, with really no standouts. I was looking at it more from, again, pace flow. And of course, as mentioned, we've had a little quicker track lately. Light Thoughts, I don't really have an excuse for. You know, you look at the last race. You know, Joel went to the lead. It was a good ride. It was 6 furlongs. Maybe the shortening up to 5.5 could make the difference, because obviously it was a little bit of a tiring racetrack. If you look at the first few races that day, including Joyful Departure, was a big long shot. I think 3 of the first 4 races, they were the longest shots on the board. And Joyful Departure just got the running of the racetrack, where it was a tiring track up the inside. It was a rare track that way, and I think that's why you got some of the prices that you did. It was a little tiring, and when you're going 6 furlongs, even if you're on the good part of the track's tiring. She might just got a little bit tired late and got past. Now, shortening up to 5.5, that extra half furlong sometimes makes a difference with these speed types. If she is able to get the lead over Coop Wright, I don't know if she is. I mean, Coop Wright seems like, if I'm saying that right, Cup Wright, Coop Wright, if that one's got one way of going, it doesn't seem like she's that fast early, though. Cup Wright is. She does have a tendency to give it up. She wasn't going to give it up against 5,000 maidens last time. Be interesting to see what happens between the two. I do think Light Thoughts is a little faster early, and if she can get the lead on Coop Wright, however you want to say it, I think she can go all the way. She does add blinkers for this race. La Indecente, I'm going to use for second for Lugu. Yeah, I think Lugu was part of the Durgan clan there that won the for Lindsay. I think it was top claimer. La Indecente, you know, it didn't really get the trip. Again, it was a tiring track, but Joyful Departure got the better running on that tiring track that La Indecente get. Now, I don't love this shortening up to 5.5, but that is the distance that she broke her maiden, a little longer than the distance broke her maiden, because she broke her maiden going 5 furlongs. If she can stay in the race, and maybe she gets help if Coop Wright and Light Thoughts battle it up a little bit, and she could sit right off and make a run. I think she could be the other one in there. I'm going to use her second. And a horse that might get overlooked is the 2 Positively. Doesn't have great form. I know she got bet down to be the favorite, and she probably should have won that race last time in for 5,000. But it was a much weaker race than this one. That's why she should have won that race. But again, she got off slow, had a rough trip in the mud, and just didn't get there. You know, trips mean everything sometimes. And as everybody knows that plays the horses, the best horse doesn't always win. And it has to do with trips and pace flow and how the track's playing. Other variables come into play, and that's what came into play. Now, she was over her head, running against allowance horses. You could just draw a line through the last race, back to a realistic spot against the 5,000s. Again, she was entered again against the 5,000s, but she ended up scratching. I think it was right at the gate that she scratched the last time she was in for 5. Probably would have won that day, too. Well, this is a little tougher field for 5, but maybe she's good enough, and again, you can't complain about the price. She's odds of 8-1 morning line, going back to the proper spot. 5-4-2. Pretty open race. Okay, so we're down to 4 in this third race. It originally looked like a 2-horse race. Baker Blaney is the main speed. The question was, can Private Desire with his class chase that one down? Well, you don't have to worry about it because Private Desire and the other Gregory Sacco horses scratched. So that leaves Banker Blaney absolutely alone on the lead with no real contenders on paper that is running as good as this one. So it's a question. It's his race to lose, basically, on the front end. You're going to have to accept a short price for the scratch. I thought, I like Baker Blaney anyway. I got the other 2 Gregory Sacco horses picked on top, but this one I thought was against it because Baker Blaney was lone speed, and he's even more main speed because I thought Private Desire was going to be the closest one to him early. Well, with that one scratched, that might leave either Newport Bridge or Hereby Close. I think Newport Bridge being inside might actually just ride the inside, follow the leader, and run second in here. It is a race for second if the race runs like it should on paper. And let's face it, Banker Blaney is absolutely lone speed. There was other speed in the race last time. He was just too fast and too good. This horse is sharp right now for John Buckley. I think he was going to win anyway, but now they made it even easier on him. So if he breaks, gets to the lead, they're going to have a tough time catching this one. Got to kind of single Banker Blaney, but I don't fault anybody for taking a shot against if you're trying for a price. I'm not. Not when they have attacked. When you have the horse that's the best horse and has a tactical edge, that's a single. And that's kind of what I look for. Even if you're playing other racetracks, it's the combination of being the best horse in the race and having a tactical edge. That's when you single a horse. That's when a horse deserves to be a short price. Handicapping 101 with Dave. 4th race, allowance race. The winners of a race, a state bred race is this one. Goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. Can Happy Instead make it 2 in a row? The race isn't any tougher than the race he just won. The question is he going to get the same kind of trip as the race he just won? Couldn't have got a better trip and better pace scenario than he did. Again, you got Coin Jars, a 2-time winner. Sharpaz ran a big race against Bustin' Away, but had the bad start last time. Could be interesting to see what happens with the pace flow with that one and 2-time winner Coin Jar. But Happy Instead could sit just off of him and make it 2 in a row. I think he's going to get a little overbet in the sense that, yeah, I like him. He should get the trip. But is he that much better than these horses to deserve the short price? If I didn't see him getting the trip, I wouldn't have picked him on top. But I do think he's going to get a trip in here. The other one that I thought might be a little bit of a sleeper in here would be the 1G Munning. Just on a couple top 3 finishes that he had against Hey Hey Harry, who's going good. That's his stablemate. And last time, got a little bit of a slow start, it seemed. And now he shortens up to 5.5. I think this is a better distance for him at 5.5 than the 3/4. Just because he's got a couple wins and only the few starts that he's run at 5.5. And I think he'll get a good trip from the inside as well. Again, you got the 3 and the 6 as a speed. G Bunning and Happy Instead might be in that second tier. It might be the ones that run 1-2. Sharpaz is dangerous here. Again, he came off the layoff. I mean, he was the main speed of the race, but he still went relatively quick for the first quarter to stay ahead of Bustin' Away, who can be fast. I think they're trying to teach the horse to rate because they sent the other part of the stablemate the other day. Man, they made that interesting, didn't they? When Ferraro had 2 of them in there. I mean, Bustin' Away wins by 5 or 6 lengths if they just send him to the front end. But the other Ferraro junior horse had speed, so they rated Bustin' Away off of him, and it made it interesting. They still ran 1-2, but it made it interesting in that race. But But the point is, Bustin' Away had to work a little bit to get by Sharp S. Now, Bustin' Away was off the layoff as well, and maybe not as sharp because he was off a very long layoff. But doesn't take away from Sharpez, who battled that one and gave some resistance at 4.5. Last race, I mean, you can forgive it in a sense that I think the start really compromised this horse's chances. He had to rush up a little bit. He couldn't clear for the lead. I think he's got a better chance today. It is a little further when you're talking about 5.5, and he doesn't always sustain his lead when somebody gets to him late. But again, there's a questionable field here. I don't think it's as strong as the field for one state bred. And I think you can use Sharp S. Now, Emmanuel Di Diego is the one that picks up the mount on this one. We start the late pick 5 with that 4th race. That's the one with the carryover. Tricky Race is the 5th. It is for 3-year-old restricted maidens. Goes 5.5. Hey, you got some well-bred first-time starters in this race. I used 2 of them in the top 3. One thing I like when you're talking about the restricted 3-year-old races here at Finger Lakes, you like horses that have battled already against older horses, and it's almost like a drop in class when you're coming back to 3-year-old competition. And that could be said for the 3 Rocked Out. Rocked Out, now, he's been a little overmatched in some of those maiden races, but his best race was on a fast racetrack. Remember, 2 of his last 3 starts in New York have been on off tracks. But his best race against older horses, he ran a big second. Keep in mind, that was going first time Lasix. I think, when you go from 2 to 3, you're not allowed to use Lasix here in New York at 2. At 3, you're able to add the medication. When this horse came off the layoff from December to April, added Lasix, and you could see the improvement, big improvement in a sense, that he wasn't hitting the board against 2-year-olds, and he runs second against the 3 and ups. And I'm telling you that because it's a good angle in a lot of these bigger tracks where a lot of the handicappers at those tracks don't even mention it, and you can see it a lot, and you see it here, and you'll catch some prices just looking for that, and that's what happened with Rocked Out. The last race was over and off track, so this will be the first time if Finger Lakes gets a little easier restricted 3-year-old maidens on a fast racetrack. A lot of angles there, but I'm going to go with Rocked Out on top. Okay, I'll use those first or second and third. I mentioned very well-bred first-time starters. Like a Boss for Beth Miller-Saul is working bullets. This horse is absolutely firing bullets in the morning. 47, quick, and well-bred. I mean, obviously he wants to go a little further, but this is the first foal out of the dam. The dam is a half to a multiple stakes winner. They paid $55,000 as a yearling, resold for $45,000 as 2-year-olds, so still a lot. You got to like the works, and it's just good breeding. Same thing with Cadillac Joe. He paid a lot of money for this horse. It was $40,000 as a weanling, $25,000 as a yearling. Whoever bought it was 25 was happy to sell it for $200,000 as a 2-year-old. Kentucky bred out of an unraised dam. It's a half to a horse that did well, ran a third in a stakes race as a 2-year-old as a young horse. So good work to lead up to the race. So I always like the Into Mischiefs now. I kind of follow whenever it's especially on the dam side. It seems like second generation Into Mischiefs have done very well. I know Jacqueline Fawkes got that good one that was a stakes winner, but I like when that Into Mischiefs on the dam side, and it's usually a good thing. I'm gonna go with Cadillac Joe for third, and then I'll throw in probably Flattery for fourth. Ran pretty well again, adding Lasix, improving as a 3-year-old. And a lot of times horses are going to improve from 2 to 3. That's when you fill out. But did improve his number. I'm going to go with 3, 5, 6, 8. If you understood what I was talking about, you can make some money. Sixth race, scratch the 2, Kings and Queens, big scratch. That was going to be my top choice. I would say though about, here's the other thing, Gregory Sacco's pretty intelligent with these moves, facing the 3 and ups with an apprentice rider. He gets the 5-pound weight break from being a 3-year-old and gets the apprentice allowance. You're getting 10 pounds in the rest of the field. Moot point now because the horse is scratched. Also scratch the 4, Honor for Mandan. Scratch the 8, Smokes in It Up. I'm going to lean towards the 7, Percy now with the scratch of the 2. Kings and Queens at 4-1 looked like a standout to me. That one's out though. The big question now is who's the speed? Especially with that one out, there isn't a lot of pace in this race. I thought that maybe Percy can take the initiative, showed a little speed, going 7 furlongs at Laurel last time, in a race that just simply doesn't have a lot of them. I mean, Honda Moneymaker looks like going from 6 furlongs to a mile might be the other one that could flash some speed in here. But Percy at 7 furlongs, he didn't go that fast, for 7 furlongs anyway, 24 and 47 and change. But he did have the lead in there. So maybe you get the lead. The dam is more turf breeding than anything on this Percy horse. He did try once on the turf. That's one thing you see too, is these horses that are bred for the turf, they try them once, so they don't run well, and they never try them again. Well, the horse probably does like the turf. But I think he's still better than these maiden on the dirt. So I'm going to go with this one on top. The 1 3-point Stance, logical horse to be second. Comes out of a good race for the special weights. The horse that was second, Break the Fall, that one looked good coming back to win against winners. Whenever you come back and win against winners, you did pretty well. And Burn Notice, the winner, was no slouch. So I think it was a well-graded race in a sense, depending on who's grading it. But to me, it's a well-graded race. And that was the first time going long here. Finger Lakes had no shot going the shorter sprint the race before. So obviously plays. It looks like the main threat to Percy. If you have to use 2 deep, I would use these 2. The other one that's the question mark would be the 6, Feline Treasure. I don't think, you look at Anais, Yohida Moneymaker, those 2 aren't as good as the other 2. Feline Treasure is the one that's the wild card. Takes the blinkers off. He could go long because it's a half to Journey of 5. Journey of 5 runs today as well, and I know that one's been long before, of course, for 5,000. I don't think the last race is that bad. That was the first race over the track. They've been trying the horse on turf. It's not, actually, this one isn't, unlike the other one, this horse isn't as strongly bred for the turf as a couple of these other ones. 3-point Stance is better bred for the turf, but Feline Treasure might be just as good on the dirt. So we'll see how this is the first time taking the blinkers off on the dirt here. Maybe we'll see some improvement. And again, could be the wild card in this race. 716 for our Buffalo friends. It's an area code. Used to be Rochester. 7th race, scratch the 1, Arcadian. All right, this goes a mile. And the key to the race would be how much pressure Seems Like Destiny puts on Sorority Prank to keep that one honest. Sorority Prank kind of got away with some ridiculous low fractions for the day. That track was lightning quick on June 2nd, and this horse got away with a 49. Normally that's quick for Finger Lakes horses, a 49 for a route, but that day, I think they were doing 47 would have been of the pace. But I thought if you get a little bit of a pace battle here, I'm coming back with this horse because I liked him last time. I guess it's that simple. If you like a horse in a race and you have a reason and an excuse for that horse, and the field that he's facing isn't any better than the field he comes out of, you come back with him. Well, St. James was 6-1 against heavily favored King's Leap, and I think he would have been right there with Kings. I'm not saying he would have beat him. He might have. It would have been close. But it's not in the program. It doesn't say anything in the program about it. But this horse had some traffic problems and had to check a little bit in the late stages that might have cost him. I think it cost him at least second maybe even the victory. Who knows? Maybe not. I mean, King's Leap is a pretty good horse. But that was the first time going long in a while. It was a better distance. The other two sprints, he had no chance with his lack of speed and his running style. I don't know. 6-1 seems like an awfully big price on a horse that had trouble against the same type of horses last time. I don't know. I don't know why he's 6-1. And I think he ran a better race than Sorority Prank, because Sorority Prank pretty much had everything his own way. Will he again? I think it seems like destiny in the race. It's doubtful. But if that one does back off him, Sorority Prank can be quick anyway. I mean, he's sustained his speed with some quick fractions in the past. He's a good horse. So he may have also needed the trip over the track. He might improve off of that race. Got to use him. And again, Tony O. Yeah, finished ahead of my top choice, St. James, but got the better of the trips, and that's big. So maybe St. James could turn the tables on Tony O, but he deserves respect off of a good effort last time. That was his first time stretched out Finger Lakes after most of his starts were on different surfaces when he went long. So at least he proved, at least horses at this level, that he can run on the dirt. The one horse that isn't proven on the dirt, but does have some really strong breeding, is the 3, Bolt to Run. What do you do with this horse? Never run on the dirt, not bred at all for the dirt, it's bred all turf. The dam's a stakes winner. I mean, that Bonnie Arch was a good one on the turf. Costs $150,000 a yearling. Seems to be out of his element here, though, on the dirt. He might just be classier than these, but you'd like to see that they could run on the dirt before you play them. That one, the 4-2-5. Okay, last race, a maiden race, going 5.5 furlongs. Exacta, Try, and Super offered in a good puzzle of a finale. Scratch the 1A, Rev Parker. I don't know how many times that horse has scratched. 2 or 3 times. I think 3 times already. I don't know. But you're still left with 9 betting interests because that was part of an entry. The big question is the pace flow of this last race. Some of them are pretty evenly matched, which is good. This is the race you spread in. I mean, you could cut down a couple of those allowance races, and then you spread in the 5,000 races. Generally a way to go here, Finger Lakes. I guess it's a question of how much you like Razuli. Razuli off the last number should do well here. Was against restricted 3-year-olds, though. And the winner didn't really do that great the next start, and neither did the third horse. So what do you do with this horse? He's hit the board every time. I mean, Scales of Gold looked good when he won two off that maiden win. But I don't know. I mean, Razuli caught off tracks the last 2. So we haven't seen this horse as a 3-year-old run on a fast racetrack. But the last number, you would think anything with a buyer in the 60s would beat these maidens. You would think. So see if he can repeat the effort on a fast track and get to the winner's circle. Again, pace might matter here. You know, Fazzaro's got more route speed. He was close up last time in a sprint. Other horses that might show speed, you know, Trojan Mule showed a little more aggressiveness with speed last time, but it was against cheaper horses. And the problem I had with Trojan Mule is I liked him last time, and he didn't win against cheaper. If I liked him against cheaper and he didn't win, it's hard to like him against the special weights unless he gets a very, very easy lead. But if he couldn't hold on last time, I don't know, I don't have any faith in him today. I guess I'll look at it like that. Yeah, Raisuli on top. I did use Flying in Style for second. This horse shouldn't be that far behind the speed in here. And you got to look at the breeding. This is by Bellamy Road, and then you look at the dam side. That dam was a stakes winner, and a couple other ones that were really good as well. Although most of the damage that Laughing Falcon did during her career was on synthetic and turf surfaces, not necessarily on the dirt. So it's interesting. I don't know if they've tried this horse on the turf or the synthetic. They haven't. But class-wise, he's run against some good maidens. I know he's had some opportunities, but this is one of the easier fields he's faced, and I think he'll be a lot closer. I know the last couple of races for flying and style aren't that good, but breeding wise and numbers wise, you figure them to be there. Yeah, 12-1 morning line. Salt Spartan is another interesting one for Bill Bartlett and Joe Bucci. This one, another one that was they paid a lot of money for, $100,000 yearling. It's out of a dam that was stakes placed. Of course, that was a turf route, so more turf and route on that dam side. Only raced once, and that was back in July in Saratoga, and did beat half the field. I guess you look at it that way. The dam's a half to a multiple stakes winner. It's a 3-year-old, obviously making the first start as a 3-year-old. You can't really gauge anything from the first career start for this horse, so it could be any kind. Looks like the right spot for Salt Spartan. I'm going to use him third because it is a little bit of a tricky read. Making his first start off that long layoff because you kind of treat it like a first-time starter. When they're maidens off the long layoff, you don't have as much of a problem as it when you have some of these older horses that are off over a year here at Finger Lakes. They just simply don't win. The maidens, you kind of look at it as a first-time starter if they got steady works coming back. The 8 Montauk Surf, speaking of a horse coming off the layoff, this horse got decent works for the return. He's had his chances, but now at age 4, he was getting closer at the end of the year against similar competitions. So if he comes out running and any little bit of improvement off of the freshening, he could win this last race. Again, tricky last race. It is a little bit of a puzzle. I'd want a few of them if you're playing pick 4s and pick 5s. But I'm going to go with the 1, 5, 3, and 8, probably because I think I only used a couple of them because I had to cut down my ticket. That late pick 4 is getting a little more expensive than the early one because you have the single with Banker Blaney. Anyway, enjoy today's card. Looks nice right now. It was a fast track. Sun was out this morning, kind of a little cloudy. So there's a chance of off and on showers. I don't know if it'll change the track condition at all, but we'll keep an eye on it. We continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Next live racing day, of course, will be tomorrow with the 1 o'clock first post. See you then.
Coming on the track, first race here at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 4, Swift Bank. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Here's your field. Number 1, Western Wolf, with Chris Elliott aboard. Number 2 is Rockstar Rebel and Sofia Vivez. Number 3, Just a Guy, Jeremias Flores. And number 5, 2:30 a.m., Joel Cruz, the riding assignment. Track is fast. First race in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Start of another racing week. Here at Finger Lakes. Track is listed as fast. First of 8 races on this Monday. Favorite at 4-5, number 1, Western Wolf. 3-2 on number 5, 2:30 a.m. Rockstar Rebel. 2:30 a.m. will be the last to load up. 2:30 a.m. Riders off, Just a Guy. Flores climbing back aboard. 2:30 a.m. going up, 2:30 a.m. going in. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. 2:30 a.m. got a great start and establishes 3 parts of a length. Now a length lead over Western Wolf, who's in second. Then 2 more lengths to Rockstar Rebel, who's 3 parts of a length in front of Just a Guy, who's at the back of the pack and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. 2:30 a.m. to the half-mile pole has a lead by a half length as Western Wolf shifts to the outside and challenges in second. Rockstar Rebel pushed out to the 3-path in third, 2.5 lengths off the lead, and a gap of about 4.5 lengths to the trailer, and that is Just a Guy. 2.5 furlongs to go in the opener. 2:30 a.m. and Western Wolf. These two duel for the top spot. It's Rockstar Rebel behind the speed in third, then 7 lengths back to Just a Guy, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. 2:30 a.m. shaking up on the front end. Western Wolf wants to lug in there a little bit in second, and then it's Rockstar Rebel on the stand side third, 4 lengths off the lead. They run to the 16th pole. 2:30 a.m. Rockstar Rebel lunging at 2:30 a.m. and Rockstar Rebel passes 2:30 a.m. for the win. Western Wolf third, Just a Guy fourth. Two five one three. Number 2, Rockstar Rebel first. To the winner's circle, number 2, Rockstar Rebel. 2 wins in a row. New York bred, 3-year-old Duck Brown gelding by 1,000 words. Out of She's a Rockstar. Happy Face Racing Stable owns. Michael Ferraro is the trainer. Sofia Vivez, the winning jockey. It's official, $6.90, the winning mutual. $2 exacta, $14.80. Second race, Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Also traditional win, place, and show. Post time for race number 2 in about 20 minutes and 1:29.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2, and got enough of a pace in there for Rockstar Rebel to make a move as Western Wolf was unable to hold the rail. It was an aggressive ride from the outside with Joel Cruz forcing Western Wolf to move to the outside and pressure in that sense. And the Rockstar Rebel took advantage of the situation and was able to close on 230M and get the win for Happy Face Racing Stable, Ferraro, and Sofia Vivas. Second race is a 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition. Goes the short distance of 5.5. Pretty competitive heat here, and might come down to pace flow in this one. I did lean towards the 5 Light Thoughts in a sense that this horse has been facing better. Dropped to 5,000 last time, but got a little tired going further. That was going 3/4 on a tiring racetrack that closers were winning that day. So maybe she was up against it a little bit in that sense. Now, she does have speed on the inside with Cooper. Wasn't really, so she could be on the front line with her, and that one does seem to stop. So maybe she can put that one away, get to the front, and just hold off the other rivals in this race. She's getting a little play at odds of 2-1. La Indecente could kind of follow what the horse in the first race did. You know, sit the trip right behind the speed and make a run. Now she's also shortening up from 6 furlongs to 5.5 after winning going shorter against a pretty weak field of maidens. I mean, the horses that were second and third are basically lifetime maidens, but that was a good effort last time in the sense that she was more on the outside. It was a tiring track, but horses that were saving ground and closing were the ones that do her better. So I think shorting up to 5.5 might not be a bad distance for her because she's a one-run horse that she might have something to fire at. The 2-horse Positively, she was bet down to be favored against a weaker field. It was a really weak field, and that she mainly was getting bet because she had a fitness edge on those horses, but she had a very rough trip when running for 5,000. Well, she was overmatched against Mamba Gigi in an allowance race, so she's back to the proper level. She did drop to 5,000 one other start, but did scratch at the gate, and so she's back in again for 5. But figures to be a lot more competitive in this spot than she would have been against allowance-type horses. So she's also getting a little play at 7-2. They're having a little trouble settling on who the favorite will be. The 2 speeds are getting the most of the play. Coop right off the 5,000 maiden win, but you know, she had everything her own way. She was supposed to win that race as lone speed. She's not lone speed today with the presence of Light Thought, so she'll have to be tested, see how good she is. Maybe she could get some confidence from that race and make it 2 in a row. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got about 8 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Cupright and Luis Perez. Number 2, Positively, Stephen Fredaboard. Number 3, Floral Oats and Christian Navarro. Number 4, La Indecente and Michael de Villa Jr. Number 5, Light Thoughts with Joel Cruz. And number 6, Journey of 5, Andre Worry in the irons. That's the field for race number 2. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. fillies and mares begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 2. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares to go 5 1/2 furlongs. Odds on favorite 4 to 5. Number 5, Light Thoughts. La Indecente walking up. Light Thoughts in the red blinkers. And Journey of 5. To the outside, they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Light Thoughts and the red blinkers setting out for the lead. Cup right at the fence, up into second. Journey of 5. Outside in third. La Indecente. Mid-pack in fourth. A half length in front of Positively, who's 2 lengths in front of Floral Oats, who trails the field. Up the back stretch, it's Light Thoughts. On top with a half mile to go. Leads by a length. Cup right in a tough and tight spot in second. Then a gap of 2. Back to Journey of 5 outside third. Positively fourth. La Indecente drops back in fifth and is to the outside of Floral Oats at the back and 9 lengths off the lead, both of those two. 2.5 furlongs to go. It's Light Thoughts. It clears off. Light Thoughts has a lead by 3. Cup Ride nudged to punt in second. Journey of 5 outside third. Positively towards the inside fourth. Floral Oats in fifth and at least double digits behind as they turn into the stretch. And Light Thoughts in charge. Light Thoughts with a final furlong to go has the lead by 4 open lengths. Cup Ride trying to hang in there in second. And then it's Journey of 5 and Positively 16th to go. Light Thoughts leads by 3.5, and Light Thoughts is going to be your winner. Cup Ride will hold second. La Indecente third. Floral Oats fourth. Five, 1, and a photo for third. Number 5, Light Thoughts first. Did have a claim in the second race. Number 5, Light Thoughts. New owner trainer, Nurka Hortas. Third, number 4, La Indecente. Fourth, number 3, Floral Oats. 5, 1, 4, 3. To the winner's circle, number 5, Light Thoughts. New York bred, 3-year-old Bay filly by City of Light, out of Thoughtless. Owned and bred by Barry Ostriger. Linda Dixon is the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Light Thoughts pays $4.70 to win. Daily double, $20.80. Exacta, $12.60. 50-cent trifecta, $9.55. And a dime super, $5.60. Third race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 1, Private Desire. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering due to that scratch. So exotic options, exacta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 3 in about 25 minutes at 2:03 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 3. Yeah, Light Thoughts is just quicker early than Cooperite, who also ran a big race chasing. So it was a 1-2 speed number in race number 2. Joel Cruz keeps it going. Joel Cruz had 4 wins on Wednesday's card. That was the last day of live racing. He already started off with a second and a first. Good start to the day for Cruz, who had the big day last week. We are down to a short field again here in the third. No trifecta, no superfecta, and no show wagering. Did scratch the one Private Desires. All the Sacco shippers are out today. It does look like you're going to have a heavy favorite in here because Banker Blaney appears to be the main speed of the race, especially with the scratch. That one figured to be the closest one to Banker Blaney. Maybe an early run might put a little pressure on him, but now it's really no speed to go with him. And he's sharp as it is. He's won 2 in a row very easily, and now shortens up to 5.5 after getting loose last time. And there was other speed in that race. He was just faster than that field. There's no other speed in here, so it's his race to lose on the front end. He's going to be a short price right now, 1-4. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes off at shorter odds than that. Newport Bridge might be the closest one to him early, him or Hereby, and that might be an advantage. Now, Newport Bridge hasn't been that good at the distance, has had 5 tries at the distance. Hasn't, I guess it's how you look at it. He's hit the board 3 out of 5, but he hasn't been in the top 2. Well, he made a good run last time off of the layoff, probably one of his best races, running second to Stars and Stones. So if he can repeat that performance and stay close with Banker Blaney, maybe he can put the pressure on that one late and provide the competition. But it's going to be tough to catch Banker Blaney because it looks like he's going to be clear on the front end early. Not much else to say about this race. No try, no super, no show. We do scratch the one, Private Desire.
Horses coming on the track. Third race at Finger Lakes. No show, no try, no superfecta wagering. Scratch the one, Private Desire. Here's number 2, Newport Bridge, and Joel Cruz. Number 3, My Cool Hand Luke and Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Hereby, Michael Davila Jr. And the big favorite, number 5, Banker Blaney. Luis Perez is the jockey. Post time, race 3 in approximately 5 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approach the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 3. From Finger Lakes, an allowance race, non-winners of 3. 1 to 4 on number 5, Banker Blaney. Banker Blaney, winner of his last 2 races. Banker Blaney, the last to load up. And they're off. Great start for Banker Blaney, who rushes out for the lead. Newport Bridge up the inside in a joint second with Hereby a neck in front of Newport Bridge for the second spot. And a couple lengths to My Cool Hand Luke, who's at the back of the pack. Half mile to go and Banker Blaney opens up. Has a 6-length lead. The gray Newport Bridge to the inside of Hereby for second. And then about 7 lengths to the trailer, My Cool Hand Luke. About 2.5 furlongs to go. Banker Blaney unopposed on the front end has the lead by about 6 lengths. Newport Bridge is now a clear-cut second. Hereby drops back a bit in third, and then a few more lengths back to My Cool Hand Luke, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Banker Blaney still under a hand ride, has the lead by about 5 lengths. Over Newport Bridge in second, and then about 6 or 7 to Hereby in third. 16th of a mile left to travel. Banker Blaney leads by 3. Newport Bridge is on the outside, but it will be Banker Blaney. Banker Blaney victorious. Newport Bridge second. My Cool Hand Luke third. Fourth, Hereby. 5-2-3-4. Number 5, Banker Blaney first. Third race official, Banker Blaney pays $220 to win. Banker Blaney now with a 3-race win streak into the winner's circle here at Finger Lakes. New York bred, 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Central Banker out of Alva T. Soup. Glass Tip Stable owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Glass Tip Stable also bred Banker Blaney. Daily double, $7.80. Exacta, $4.90. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, put Emmanuel de Diego on number 6, Sharp As. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily double. Pick 5 wagering. Late pick 5 starts in the fourth race. 50-cent minimum bet. Post time, race number 4, in about 23 minutes at 2:34 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 4. Yeah, the third race, that's what you call a free square, where it turns any pick 5 into a pick 4, or pick 4 into pick 3. When they scratched Private Desire, Banker Blaney looked like it was going to be a public work, and he did what he was supposed to do. He went to the lead, had it easy, and really had no competition. Louis Perez for John Buckley. It doesn't take anything away from that horse, because that horse is really good. He's earned his last couple victories. Just got in a really good spot where he was lone speed. All right, well, we'll start the pick 5 with race number 4. We also have Exacta Try Super and Daily Double offered in here. And obviously a little more competitive race. Happy Instead's got the numbers to repeat. It's not that much tougher field, if tougher at all, than the allowance field he just beat last time, including Skylar Starship, who's no slouch. And he earned a 74 buyer for that race. That might be good enough to come back here. You got Fighter Kite, who's a true off-track horse. G Money, who might get a trip from the inside. At least he's an allowance horse. Supreme Song was in a glorified allowance race last time that was won by a claimer. And Sharpaz you make a case for it, because he did run against Bustin' Away in his 2025 debut, and he had a troubled start last time. So you can make some excuses for Sharpaz to maybe pull off the upset over Happy Instead. But Happy Instead looks to make it 2 in a row. If he can repeat the last effort, you got to figure he'll probably be first or second in here. You know, I mentioned Sharpaz. He was kind of the main speed that first race off the layoff, because Bustin' Away trying to rate a little bit, and he just couldn't hold off that rival. Bustin' Away was off a long layoff, but still the class of the race. Last time he was really compromised by the start, had to rush up to get with the pace, and just didn't work out. I know it was only 5 furlongs, but that start really hurt him. So with a better start today, you got to think he's going to be awfully tough in here, but there is other speed inside of him. G Money mentioned could get the trip. He's on the rail. He could sit a perfect situation just inside of Happy Instead in that second tier, and he's right there every time against a little bit better allowance fields, and that puts him in the top 3 or 4 against these as well. I mean, he's a good price, morning line 5-1 right now at odds of 92, which is a fair price for G Money, who seems to always fire and is competitive at this level. So this race starts the pick 5. Exacta Try Super Daily Double also in race 4. Manuel DiDiego will ride the 6 Sharpaz.
Coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is G. Munning and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2, Fighter Kite, Carlos Camilo aboard. Number 3, Coin Jar, Kevin Navarro. Number 4 is Happy Instead, Luis Perez. Number 5, Supreme Song, Andre Worry. And number 6, Sharp As, Emmanuel de Diego, the jockey change. And there's Coin Jar and Navarro already on the turn. Post time, race number 4, start of the late 50-cent pick 5 in approximately 5 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Start of the late 50-cent pick 5, field of 6, an allowance race. 6 to 5 on number 4, Happy Instead. Fighter Kite walking up to stall number 2. Coin Jar. Half the field loaded up. Happy Instead. Now even money on him. Supreme Song and Sharp As. Son of Sharp Azteca. Sharp As, second choice at 3 to 1, last to load up. Sharp As walking up. And going in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. One lost the jockey at the start. Coin Jar. Coin Jar lost the jockey at the start. Don't know what happened there, but he's out of the race. It's Sharp As who benefits from that and opens up by a length and a half. G Munnings up the inside in second. Fighter Kite races third and Supreme Song in fourth. And a length and a half to Happy Instead of the horses still in the race is at the tail of the field as they make the entry into the turn. Sharp As clears off by 2. G Munning trying to cut into the margin second. Fighter Kite in amongst horses third. And then it's Supreme Song 3 wide fourth. 2 lengths to Happy Instead, who is at the back of the pack and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. And Happy Instead circles up on the far outside. Sharp As has a 3-length head start on the field. Turns into the stretch. Happy Instead on the stand side. G Munning is at the fence, still holding on to the second spot. 1 furlong to go. Sharp As on top by 2.5 over G Munning, and Happy Instead 16th to go. It's Sharp As. Sharp As took the lead out of the starting gate and went all the way on the front end. Wins by a length and a half. G Munning second. Happy Instead third. Fourth, Fighter Kite. Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 4. Take a look at what happened with Coin Jar at the break. Stewart's inquiry. No action taken. Stewart's rule that coin jar caused his own problem in the gate, so no action taken. No change in the order of finish. 6-1-4-2. Number 6, Sharp As, New York bred. 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Sharp Azteca out of Grand Lucky Girl. Paul Barrow, owner trainer. Emmanuel De Diego picked up the winning ride. Go to Toga Racing bred Sharp As. $9.90 the winning mutual. Daily double $13.80. Exacta $58. 50-cent trifecta $31.12. Dime super $20.47. 50-cent pick three $7.15. Fifth race Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta trifecta superfecta daily double. Late pick 4 wagering. Post time race number 5 in about 17 minutes at 3:04 p.m. Did you know that we offer free Finger Lakes past performances online for every racing card at fingerlakesgaming.com? That's right, just click on the racing tab and then free digital programs, that tab to download your complimentary copy today.
Right, horses are about to go on the track for race number 5. Looking back on the 4th, really changed. The complexion of the race changed when Coin Jar did not get out of the gate with the rider, as Kevin was not in the saddle, and Sharpaz took advantage of that situation and was absolutely lone speed from there. Tough to handicap a horse not breaking like that, but Sharpaz played anyway, but took advantage of ended up being a lack of pace, and Emmanuel Di Diego gets the victory in race number 4. Okay, 5th race is for restricted 3-year-olds, and it is a interesting race because you do have some well-bred first-time starters in this race. Look at some early monies on the 2, Hana War. That one better bred for the turf, but is making his first start here, first start of the year here. His last start was in November here and ran 3rd as a 2-year-old. You got Ragtime Prankster, who's making his first start here, and second start with backed against 3-year-olds after running against 3 and ups on the turf. Horse getting early action is the firster, Like a Boss, the 5-horse, coming in here shooting bullets. As this horse working a 47 leading up to this race. Can debut with Lasix, being a 3-year-old. This is the first full out of that dam. The dam's a half to a multiple stakes winner for Beth Miller Saul. So this one getting a lot of early action. The other firster, the 6, Cadillac Joe, has a bullet work as well leading up, a quicker one. It worked in 35 for 3 furlongs. They paid $200,000 for this one as a 2-year-old after they only paid $40,000 as a weanling. Out of an unraced dam is that one. This one's a half to a horse that was 3rd in a stakes race as a 2-year-old. So Cadillac Joe is another one that will take some money as a firster. The other first-time starter is the 7, Gonna Be Possible. This one half to a bunch that run here. I mean, you're going to be familiar if you follow Finger Lakes Racing with some of these. Gonna Be Dancing, Uncle Kendrick ran here. One of the best ones was Sweet Shallots. That is a half to Gonna Be Possible. Big price on the board right now at 26 to 1. The 8-horse is probably Flattery. That one getting some action because he's hitting the board every time. And actually ran pretty good. His first start as a 3-year-old, adding Lasix. Still probably got to improve off that race to win here. The one I like that has run is the 3, Rocked Out, mainly because he has been against older horses on the dirt at Aqueduct and the Belmont at Aqueduct. And the thing about that is, you know, the one race that he had on a fast track since adding Lasix against the 3 and ups was his best race where he ran a good second. All he's got to do is to repeat that effort. And he's a big price in here at odds of 5 to 1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts in the 5th. You have 5 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is King Solomon and Christian Navarro. Number 2 is Hana War, Jeremias Flores. Number 3 is Rocked Out, Andre Worry. Number 4, Ragtime Prankster and Rafael Regina Jr. Right behind him, number 5, Like a Boss with Joel Cruz. Number 6, well, looks like we'll go to number 7, Gonna Be Possible, and Nazario Alvarado. Number 8, Probably Flattery, and Luis Perez. And we'll find the 6, Cadillac Joe, Carlos Camilo Board. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Want to let our bettors know that please use the official track program when looking for numbers that you're going to use to bet on, because in the 5th race, the numbers of the horses do not match. So if you're looking at the racing form only, don't do that for race 5, as all the numbers are incorrect. Once again, if you are using the daily racing form, the numbers in the daily racing form are incorrect. Please look at the track program for the correct program number. Don't use the racing form numbers for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. approaching the starting gate. Find a reminder, if you're using the daily racing form only for this 5th race from Finger Lakes, the numbers in the daily racing form are incorrect. Please consult an official track program for the correct numbers. Approaching the starting gate for race 5. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Start of the late 50-cent pick 4, field of 8. Maidens going 5 1/2 furlongs. 8 to 5, number 3, Rocked Out. Ragtime Prankster going up. Like a Boss. Cadillac Joe. Gonna Be Possible, and Probably Flattery. Probably Flattery to the outside. They're all in the gate. Riders off Cadillac Joe. Cadillac Joe's been backed out. Everything seems to be okay. Rider climbing back aboard. 7 to 5 on number 3, Rocked Out. Once again, ready for a start. And they're off. It's Cadillac Joe who rushes out for the front end. Like a Boss, though, has lots of early speed and sticks those white blinkers in front of Cadillac Joe. They're clear by 3. Rocked Out off the pace today in 3rd. Ragtime Prankster improving in 4th, passing Probably Flattery in 5th, who's about 8.5, 9 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths back to Han O War, who's about a half length in front of Gonna Be Possible, is deep on the course. Then about 9 lengths to King Solomon, who trails the field. 3 furlongs to go. Like a Boss, one of the firsters, has a lead, but is under a little bit of pressure to hold that lead because the pressure's coming from Cadillac Joe. Rocked Out within striking range in 3rd and 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 lengths to Ragtime Prankster in fourth as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Like a Boss who cuts the corner, has the lead over Cadillac Joe. Rocked Out gets every chance on the outside. A length and a half off the lead is Rocked Out, and it's got dead aim on Like a Boss. Like a Boss and Rocked Out. These two clash for the top spot. 16th to go. It's Rocked Out now forging to the front. Like a Boss's game up the inside. Here's the finish line. Rocked Out wins over Like a Boss. Then it was Ragtime Prankster and Hannah War rallied for fourth. Number 3, Rocked Out first. Second, number 5, Like a Boss. Third, number 4, Ragtime Prankster. Fourth, number 2, Hannah War. 5.5 furlongs, 106.25. Rocked Out pays $480 to win. New York bred 3-year-old Big Hope by Outwork out of Stones in the Road. Team Penny Racing, owner breeder Jeremiah Englehart's the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Double $28, exacta $21.80, 50-cent try, $32.87, dime super, $20.55. Pick 3, $8.40, early pick 5, $69.87. Race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2 Kings and Queens. Number 4, Honor for Mandan, and number 8, Smoking It Up. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 6 in about 19 minutes at 3:35 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 6. And yeah, rocked out, like it getting back against restricted 3-year-olds and coming to Finger Lakes, a much easier race for him. But he had to earn it. That Beth Miller Salt trainee, like a boss, ran a big race and rocked out, had to work to get by that one. Jeremiah Engelhardt, the winning trainer. Andre Worry guided that one to the hard-earned victory. We go to the 6. It's a maiden race. We scratched the 2, Kings and Queens, scratched the 4, Honor for Mandan, and scratched the 8, Smokesin It Up. Well, let's start with the 7 horse. That's Percy. This one has been running down in Maryland at Laurel and showing good speed. This is a race that doesn't have much for early speed in it. So I thought Percy might be able to take the initiative in here and have a tactical edge on this field. Now, it is better bred for the turf on the dam side, at least. They did try one sprint turf and didn't fare too well in that race. They only paid $5,000 for this horse as a yearling, so maybe they can break their maiden here against special weights. Will be a nice purse for Percy. Again, more bred for the turf, but has been facing a little bit tougher maidens at Laurel and may find himself with a tactical edge in this race. Is getting some play at odds of 7 to 5, especially with the scratches. It was a big scratch of the 2, Kings and Queens. Now, 3-point strut looks to make it 2 in a row for these connections. Comes out of a good race. The race won by Burn Notice. The horse that was second, Break the Fall, came back to win out of that race to break his maiden. So needed the stretch out. Had no chance in a 4.5 furlong sprint before that, especially on a speed favoring racetrack. So you can see the improvement on the stretch out last time. May not still be his best surface running on the dirt, but might be good enough against these on the dirt that he should be very competitive. Right now is getting a lot of play at odds of 6 to 5. But again, very well-bred horse, but a little better bred for the turf. But it's got to be considered a player. Maybe a little overbet right now at 6 to 5, but is definitely a player. The 6-horse Feline Treasure, it could be the other one. I mean, you look at the race, Percy and 3-point strut, both seem to have an advantage on the rest of them from a class standpoint. Feline Treasure could be the other one because he was running New York. He didn't have very good form, though. This horse is losing by double digits in those state-bred maiden claimers, some of them on the turf. You can't really say the horse likes the turf better because his form's just as bad on turf as it is on dirt. He enjoyed running against a little bit easier special weights here last time. The stretch out should help Feline Treasure. Does take the blinkers off. See if that aids as well, because most of his early races over his head with blinkers on. So maybe blinkers off. Maybe the blinkers off today could be a factor. There's a half to Journey of 5 who runs today as well. And Journey of 5 has run pretty decently going long in the past. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. Got 6 minutes post against Scratch the 2 and 4.
Coming on the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2, 4, and 8. Leading the post parade, number 1, 3-point strut, and Andre Worry. Number 3, Ananias and Rafael Borgina Jr. Number 5 is Yohida Money Maker, and Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Feline Treasure, Christian Navarro, aboard. And number 7, Percy and Luis Perez. Post time for race number 6 in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go a mile. Even money on number 7, Percy. 7 to 5 on number 1, 3-point Strut. Yohida Moneymaker. Into line. Feline Treasure second last. And Percy. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Yohida Moneymaker and 3-point Strut who send out for the lead. Feline Treasures on the outside with Percy. And Ananias is behind Yohida Moneymaker as they take on that first turn. Yohida Moneymaker's on the front end. Percy now moving up on the outside in second. Feline Treasure tracks in third to the outside. A 3-point Strut who's really got nowhere to go in fourth as Ananias ranges up to the outside of him, and Ananias only 3 lengths off the lead near the back. As they transition to the back stretch, it's Percy. Percy on top by a length and a half. Yohida Moneymaker rates in second, and then it's Feline Treasure third. 3-point Strut able to thread his way through traffic up into third. Now up into a joint second is 3-point Strut, and Ananias has dropped about 9 lengths off the lead at the back. As they make the entry into the far turn, the favorites are first and second. Percy has a lead by a half length. 3-point Strut engages outside in second. Yohida Moneymaker slips on through towards the inside. Feline Treasure backpedals in fourth, and many lengths back to Ananias, who's at the tail of the field as they wind their way to the quarter pole. It's 3-point Strut with the head in front of Percy at the top of the stretch. Yohida Moneymaker plugging away in third. Then it's Feline Treasure as they turn into the home stretch. 3-point Strut seems to have the measure of Percy in upper stretch. 3-point Strut on top by about 2 lengths. Yohida Moneymaker is on the stand side up into a joint second. 16th to go. It's 3-point Strut. 3-point Strut opens up by 3.5. 3-point Strut defeats Yohida Moneymaker, and Percy a few more lengths back to Feline Treasure fourth. 1576. Number 1, 3-point strut first. Time for the mile, 142.26. Back to the winner's circle. Number 1, 3-point strut. Kentucky bred, 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Cairo Prince out of Strut the Canary. Shooter Shoot Stable owns. Jeremiah Engelhart trains. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for Engelhart and Worry. 3-point strut pays $4.10 to win. Daily double, $11.80. Exacta, $28.80. 50-cent trifecta, $13.37. Dime superfecta, $3.12. Pick 4 ending on race 6, $20.75. 7th race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Arcadian. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering, and of course, traditional win, place, and show. Post time for race number 7 in 20 minutes at 4:04 p.m.
coming up on race number 7. Starts the last couple races of the day. Starts the last double anyway. Going back to the 6, man, that horse was much the best. As Percy did have a tactical edge in that race, but 3-point strut just didn't matter. Horse was so much the best, went on by and got the victory. It's 2 in a row for Andre Worry and Jeremiah Engelhart. They just won the 5th race with Rocked Out, so same connections. Well, they're both short prices, but they both won the 5th and the 6th. We scratched the 1 Arcadian in race number 7, another significant scratch. And looking at the board, you see Sorority Prank, the inside speed, getting some play. Probably won't have it as easy this time with the presence of Seems Like Destiny, another speed type horse outside of him. That one will certainly keep him honest, although it seems like Destiny is coming off a layoff, but he does possess pretty good route speed that Sorority Prank won't get away with the fractions that he got away with last time. But Sorority Prank is quick, and he'll have the lead from the inside. It's just a matter of how much pressure he gets from Seems Like Destiny. He looks to make it 2 in a row, but again, probably a more difficult task in this spot. I liked this horse last time, so I ended up taking St. James on top because he did have a troubled trip. He stretched out for the first time here at Finger Lakes last time, and there's a heavily favored and pretty good looking horse in King's Leap that won the race, but it seemed like this horse had a beat on him, that he was going to close ground and make it close with him, but he ended up having some traffic problems, had to check and alter in that race, and ended up having to settle for third. He would have been at least second if it wasn't for the trouble late. So see if he can get a clean trip today and maybe pull off the minor upset. He's 6-1 morning line, and is still at a square price at odds of 7-2. The 5 Tony O finished ahead of St. James. Of course, I thought St. James ran the better race because he had the trouble, but you can't take anything away from Tony O. He's run a couple of good races in a row since stretching out, hitting the board in both of them. And again, they both ran into a pretty good one in King's Leap last time. So 7 minutes to post for the 7th. We start the last double. Exacta Try and Super also available. Again, scratch the favor, scratch the 1 Arcadian out of race number 7.
Horses coming on the track. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1 Arcadian. Here's number 2 Sorority Prank and Andre Worry. Number 3 Bolt to Run and Carlos Camilo aboard. Number 4 St. James. Emmanuel de Diego call the shots. Number 5 is Tony O and Joel Cruz. Number 6, Ice Time, Christian Navarro. Last but not least, number 7, Seems Like Destiny and Heeman Harkey. Post time at approximately 5 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6, an allowance race going a mile. Odds on, favorite at 3 to 4. Number 2, Sorority Prank. Winner here at Finger Lakes on June 2nd. 7 to 2 on number 5, Tony O. Ice Time. And then the gray, Seems Like Destiny. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Sorority Prank and Seems Like Destiny. These two edge out for the front end, and Seems Like Destiny wins that race into the first turn. Tony O is deep on the course in third, and then it's Bolt to Run and St. James together fourth and fifth, and about 4 lengths to Ice Time, who trails the field. Seems Like Destiny, with about 6 furlongs to go, opens up by 5. Over the favorite, Sorority Prank, who defers in second. Then 3 lengths to Tony O in third. Bolt to Run towards the inside in a joint fourth with St. James. And then 3 lengths to Ice Time, who trails the field. As they race up the backstretch, it Seems Like Destiny playing a game of catch can. The lead's 4 lengths. Sorority Prank cutting into the margin in second. Tony O 2 lengths behind Sorority Prank. Bolt to Run's at the fence. St. James in amongst horses second last. And a length and a half back to Ice Time, who trails the field. Onto the far turn. Seems Like Destiny. The lead's been whittled down to 2. Sorority Prank now engages on the outside in second. Bolt to Run. Tony O are third and fourth. And then it's leader. And it's Sorority Prank. Sorority Prank comes off the turn, leading by 4 lengths over Seems Like Destiny in second. And then it's Bolt to Run. Tony O, Ice Time, third, fourth, and fifth. 1 furlong to go, and Sorority Prank strides away by 7 lengths. The battle for the balance. It's Ice Time on the outside, a Bolt to Run for the exacta, but Sorority Prank give Worry 3 on the card. Close for second, I think it's Ice Time, but it's a photo with Bolt to Run. Then it was Tony O. In the winner's circle, number 2, Sorority Prank, New York bred, 4-year-old big gelding by Maximus Mischief out of Forget It. My Purple Haze Stables owns. Chris Engelhardt trains. Andre Worry with a Roddy triple today. Scott Pierce and Debbie Pierce bred Sorority Prank. It's official. Favorite wins. Sorority Prank pays $260 to win. Double $7.10, exacta $14.20, 50-cent try, $27.37, dime super, $14.22. Eighth and final, scratch part of the entry, the 1A Rev Parker. The exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the 8th and final in about 20 minutes at 4:34 p.m.
All right, get ready to conclude this race car. No doubt about that winner, Sorority Prank. Another win for Andre Worry, heating it up here late in the card as Sorority Prank very patiently handled by Worry. As seems like Destiny went out there in a 24 flat first quarter, was able to rate behind that one and take over. So it's 3 in a row for Worry. That one for trainer Chris Engelhart after the last 2 for Jeremiah Engelhart. Man, money really showed late on that one. Okay, last race on the card. We do scratch the 1A, Rev Parker. Start with the other part of the entry, the remaining half, the 1, Raisuli. Comes off a good number last time in the slot. 107 is not exactly tearing it up, but was good for a maiden special weight 3-year-old field that day. That was after adding Lasix. A repeat of that performance, you got to think, has got to make him awfully tough to be first or second against this group. And he's getting closer. The horse debuted as a 2-year-old. Didn't run bad that day, running third after a poor break. But really putting it together now, and looks like he's knocking at the door to get to the winner's circle. Now, it is a race that doesn't have a lot of early pace in it. And you would think a horse like Trojan Mule coming out of maiden claimers may try to be aggressive. Pizarro, maybe more route speed, but maybe a little more aggressive in the sprint, is getting some play here. But the 5 Flying in Style won't be that far back. And this horse is a big price right now at odds of 9 to 1. Very well bred. He's by Bellamy Road out of a stakes winning dam. Of course, that dam was better on synthetic and turf. But this horse has run primarily on the dirt. Not the best form, but you can argue some of those 30,000 maidens are better, and especially the maiden special weights that this horse battled in New York, a lot better than what he'll face here. So I think this horse is getting overlooked a little bit in here at odds of 9 to 1. The 3 Salt Spartan, definitely worth the look considering how much they paid for this horse. Obviously a horse that wants longer. They paid $100,000 as this one as a yearling. Only made 1 start as a 2-year-old, and that was back in July during the Saratoga meet. So he's coming off almost a year layoff, 11 months. But the breeding is good. The dam was stakes placed. That was more turf and route on the dam side. The dam's a half to a multiple stakes winner, who was multiple stakes winner on the dirt. So good breeding on Salt Spartan. Has been away from the races for a while, but considering this is a maiden race and considering he was well met, he did beat half the field in that Saratoga race, and he's got steady works for the return. He is getting some play at odds of 5 to 1. Pizarro is the one that is taking a lot of early money in this race. Not exactly sure why, but he does have some tactical speed for the sprint. He's got more route speed than sprint speed, though, because he chased the pace last time. Didn't beat a horse, finished dead last in his first start of the year. So maybe the public is expecting this one to improve, at least with that route speed. Maybe in a paceless race, he could be on the front line in here. Certainly better bred for the route than he is the sprint, being by Frosted. But maybe he can make the lead in a paceless field. He's currently at odds of 9 to 5. Not sure why he's getting as much play as he is. But some of the contenders for the last race on the card. Just a reminder, we do continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Next live day tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first post.
Coming on the track for race 8. We'll start with the 2, Trojan Mule. John Barrios, the rider. Number 3, Salt Spartan and Carlos Camilo. Number 4, Disco Dancer, Nazario Alvarado. Number 5 is Flying in Style, Andre Worry. Number 6, Drive Through, and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 7 is Fazaro and Stephen Frett. Number 8, Montauk Surf and Jeremias Flores. Number 9 is Armenian Dancer and Michael Davila Jr. And on the turn, the 1, Raisuli Christian Navarro, the jockey. Scratch the 1A. Exacta try, superfecta wagering, post time in a few. approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 9 to go 5.5 furlongs. Maidens, remaining part of the Peekaboo stable entry. Rasuli currently at 3-2. 4-1 Trojan Mule. 4-1 Salt Spartan. Salt Spartan goes up into the gate. Disco Dancer. Flying in Style. Drive Through. Fazaro. Then Montauk Surf. And Armenian Dancer. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Pretty good dispatch. Disco Dancer going out for the lead. Drive Through. Montauk Surf on the outside. Here's Salt Spartan at the 2-path, going from about 6 up into a joint second, challenging for the lead. So 3 across the track early on. Trojan Mule scoots on through towards the inside to get 4th. Disco Dancer 5th. Flying in Style 3 wide 6. 2 lengths to Fazaro in 7th. Similar margin to Rasuli in 8th. And then about 8 lengths to Armenian Dancer, who brings up the rear. 3 abreast onto the turn. Drive Through, Montauk Surf, and Salt Spartan are 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Then a gap of 3. Back to Trojan Mule, tracks in 4th. Flying in Style races in 5th. Rasuli's in 6th. And about 9 lengths off of the lead as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. It's Montauk Surf 3 wide. Drive Through is in between horses. Salt Spartan trying to hang in there at the fence. And then in 4th, that is Trojan Mule, followed up by Flying in Styles closing in. Rasuli at the fence, 16th to go. Montauk Surf won the battle, but might not win the war. Flying in Style inhaling ground on the outside. Flying in Style wrestles that lead away from Montauk Surf for the win. 3rd, it was a photo, maybe Rasuli over Salt Spartan, and then it was Drive Through. 5813. Flying in Style, official winner. Pays $10 to win. Flying in Style, New York Red. 5-year-old bay gelding by Bellamy Road out of Laughing Falcon. Charlton Baker, owner, trainer. Andre Worry. His 4th consecutive win on the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. Congratulations, Andre. Double 24.40, exacted 58.50, 50-cent try, $44.87. Dime super, $32.20. Pick 3, $11.60. Pick 4, $32.37. Pick 5, $172.75. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes on a Monday. Next live racing date will be tomorrow, Tuesday, first post at 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.